Hello, welcome to our September 21st, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and then we'll go ahead and get started. Just make sure everything's coming through. Hello, welcome to our September 21st. All right, everything sounds fine on my monitoring end. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a product specialist focusing on Steinberg products. So I'll be the host of the live stream today. I'm based in the United States, outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching the live stream live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always really interesting to see where everyone is from. And if you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is we could ask questions in the chat field or simply submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. And if we do that, then we could, especially if the question's a little more involved. So, and when asking questions, if we could try to make sure that we, have some necessary information. Sometimes it's helpful if you indicate which operating system you're running or which version of Cubase, whether it's Cubase Elements or it's version 10.5, 10, or 11. And also, if you don't see a particular, if you don't get an immediate response to your query, I will fall behind the real-time nature of the questions. So, but I will try to catch up. So if we could avoid trying to ask the same question repeatedly over and over again, that would be appreciated. That just kind of slows down the whole process. I want to give special thanks to a couple people that help out. So we have two people that volunteer their time and kind of serving as moderators who can kind of perhaps field questions ahead of me, or take care of if we get some spam thing, which is pretty rare, but happens occasionally. So special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude. Jazz Dude is also involved. He gets two special thanks because he's also involved pretty heavily with Cubase Nation Discord. So if you are working with that, so if you're looking for just a wonderful resource of information, we could, just come over there and make sure that you check out the Cubase Nation Discord. So it's a wonderful resource of different utilities. We probably will have a actual index of all the topics covered in today's live stream. And that will be timestamped and pinned to the top of the field. But if you wanted to search for other topics that may have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and with that, you could, that's kind of set up by Jan, who's usually on the live streams. So special thanks to him. So it's a wonderful resource. I think we probably answered 13,000 questions. So if you wanted to just search for a particular question, you could do that there. Okay, so we will go ahead and get started. Let's take a look at some of the questions. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you actually take time to subscribe to the channel. And if you have learned a new tip or trick, make sure that you do hit the like button with that. So, all right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pop out my chat field here so I could see it a little easier. Okay, so we have a question. First question. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to open all plugins on a selected track with key command? I can't seem to find it in the menu. Thanks. Okay, so let's say if I have an audio track here with the number of plugins on a particular track. So let's say I have different inserts available here. Okay, and I wanted to open up all of my inserts that are being used on a particular track. All you had to do, I think, if I remember the keyboard shortcut, I think if we click on the E button here in the channel or directly here while holding down Alt, Control plus Shift, or Command Option plus Shift. So if I wanted to just kind of come right over here, hold that down, then all of the plugins that are on that track will just pop up. And if I do that again, so we could just kind of come over here and open up all of the plugins on a particular track. So just click here on the Edit Channel Settings with Alt Control Shift for Windows users or Command Option Shift for Mac users. And then that will open up all of the plugins. And there's another key command that you could do. I think it's under the Windows. So if you wanted to hide all your plugin windows, you could set up a key command for that particular function. Okay. So we have a question. Hi, Greg. When editing audio, we add crossfades to stop cracks and pops. Does using zero crossing eliminate the need for crossfade? Does zero crossing remove some of the sample info? Cubase 11 Pro, Windows 10. All right, so when we have zero crossing activated, we could do that just by clicking on this icon just to the left of the snap key in the top little grid here. So we could activate snap at zero crossing. So when we look at a waveform, let's say we'll zoom in, and now if I try to, I'll just take off my snap, and if I wanted to cut, and as soon as I have my snap to zero crossing, what it's going to do is only going to allow me to cut where the audio waveform is at the zero crossing. Because if I cut, and let's say it was right in the middle of this word and did an edit there, at that point I may actually hear a little pop or click. So when I wanted to activate zero crossing, now when I grab my scissors tool, it's only going to allow me to cut where there's a zero crossing in the waveform. So that will minimize the pops and clicks for edits. So if I did an edit there, so maybe a few samples earlier or slightly ahead or behind, but that will minimize the particular clicks that will be kind of used without using a zero crossfade, without zero crossing. Now, when we do crossfades, often we can think of crossfades as taking two different audio sections that were, and we wanted to have kind of, let's say, a seamless transition between these. So if I just wanted to drag this over, and we're often will have a click going from this audio file into this file, especially if we didn't do a zero crossing. But now if I do a crossfade, we could, just by hitting the letter X, that will just take that particular fade and automatically, kind of fade out the first file and fade in the second file as we work with that. So, and if we have that kind of set to zero crossing, as we have zero crossing activated here, and let's say if we zoom in, that we could make sure that that falls. I think that will fall at the zero crossing, but often if you're doing kind of just raw edits, having the zero crossing activated will lead to cleaner sounding results, and you won't inadvertently, just like in the middle of a phrase that you cut off here, a little, like a little pop or click. It will just simply allow you to, make an edit at the zero crossing in a waveform. So if you're using, some people may use crossfades to kind of overcompensate that, but usually crossfades will be treated a little differently. All right, so we have Thermonuclear War from Serbia checking in, Robbie Bowling from Dallas, we have Fred Robinson from Norwich in the UK, or Norwich, not sure. All right, and we have Dan Freeman from Atlanta checking in. We have Jay from Connecticut. All right. All right, and we have Matt Elston from London. Thanks for joining. All right, so I just see from Peter Lawson's, like, hi, Greg, you promised to look into the IVR production using Cubase for me. So I didn't see anything with Cubase that would do the IVR productions. I could check some more, did some more research on it, but I don't think it's going to be a function that you would see in a lot of DAWs for music production. So I didn't find anything, Peter, for that. Peter was checking in from Ghana. We have Soren from Sweden. And Her Oil Pear from Austria. And we see Jazz Dudes on the live stream. Okay, so we have a question from Jay. 2 MIDI questions. Considering a digital piano, tired of drawing notes, is it possible for Cubase to, one, apply Chord Track to live play-ins? So let's say if I wanted to use the Chord Track for live playing, there is kind of a live mode with the Chord Track that could be used. So I'll activate this project. I think I have it kind of set up. Okay, so I will go to, I think I have like a strings track. So all right, so let's say I have my string track and I'm going to extract chords from here. So I'm gonna go to my chord track and we'll say, let's create chord symbols. All right, so we now have a chord track. So now I'm going to just come over here and I'm just going to hit the same 3 MIDI notes, and I'll just show this with the virtual keyboard. So I'm going to come over here and just play this string patch, and I'm going to just go to this string patch. I'm going to just hit the same 3 notes. Let me just come over here, change the octave. Okay, so as we do this, I want to just come right over here, and I'm going to play this, but I'm going to go to the string part, and we go to chords. And right where we see the chords, what I'm going to do is to put this into live input and set this to chords. So I'm going to hit the same 3 notes, but as I play back the track, I'm going to just have the chords automatically follow. I'm just going to play the same 3 notes. So now as I just play any 3 notes, and it could be from my computer keyboard or using my MIDI controller. If you're not a skilled keyboard player, you could now just come right over here and you take any MIDI input, and once it's put into live mode, it will follow the chords. So as you play along, it will just come right over there and automatically map to the chords for you. And even if you wanted to do it for, chords, or if you wanted to arpeggiate it, so whatever MIDI notes you hit will automatically go directly into the chord and be musically correct for that. All right, and let's see. We have Real Raven 2000 checking in from Ireland. Great to see you on the live stream again. All right, so Jay's second question. Is it possible for Cubase to use keyboard to write no MIDI note expression, velocity, modulation, etc. to pre-existing MIDI parts while excluding pitch info? Okay, so if we wanted to come over here, so if we wanted to go, I'm just going to reread this again. So if you want to write no note, MIDI expression velocity modulation to pre-existing MIDI parts. Okay, so if we wanted to do something like this, and let's say if I wanted to go to like step entry mode, so let's say if I wanted to come here and we activate step entry mode, here if I wanted to just trigger the velocity of notes but not change the pitch, I could come right over here and it's gonna just kind of play back the pitch. So it's not writing any of the pitch information, or if we wanted to replace pitch information, so we could we could have it write velocity, down velocity and up velocity. But, you know, and if we didn't want to write particular pitch, so let me know if that kind of makes sense. If you want to do it in step entry mode, you could just write in existing velocity. So if I wanted to come here, let's say if I put it in step entry mode and I double click here, so if I just wanted to write in velocity data for existing notes, so you could just go back over an existing part and change the velocity from your MIDI keyboard, or, you know, your down velocity, or, you know, affect only the pitch but not change the velocities. So you could do stuff like that using step entry for new parts or existing parts. Let me know if that works for you. All right, we see Taylor from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. Okay, so we see a question from Taylor. Is there an option to save mixer history so it could be recalled in a reopened session? So I think the mixer history is going to be until the project is closed. At that point, the mix history will be kind of overwritten. And I know that it seems tempting to want to be able to save every single part of every project to be able to undo a project. But if you start to think of the practicality of that for how much memory the project can take, how much space the project can take, and if you do, you know, a complex project that you will kind of get a sense that, you know, you might be undoing 120,000 steps. So it's the mix console history is going to be until the project is closed. All right, so we see Real Raven, just Axel from Ireland, still the best Cubase related channel in the worldwide. So that's great. Thanks for the comments. All right, so we just see in T guitar and a chords setting, which key is upstroke and which is downstroke. So let's go ahead and take a look, see if we can figure it out. Okay, so I'll come over here to chords. All right, so let's say if I'll just do this in a new project. Bear with me just for a second. Just see if I'm... Let's try to another host real quick. All right, let's see why I'm not hearing it. Bear with me. Just load up another instrument real quick, see if all instruments are misbehaving or. All right, so I'm just going to check my audio connections here, see why we're not hearing. Try one more instrument, maybe I'll. All right, I'm just going to reboot my Cubase here really quick. Sorry about that. Let me just. For some reason it's not sounding instruments. Sorry for that. Try one more time here. If not. All right, so let's take a look and we'll try our T guitar now. Sorry about that. Okay, so generally it's like this key here is going to be so I'm not sure which is in this case. Let's say if I'll do an E minor chord. So I'm not sure if there's one that's kind of, it's pretty hard to tell which is the upstroke. So I'm not sure if it's discernible. Maybe if someone else can see if it's pretty instantaneous, but you could obviously come over here and just kind of play the so if you wanted to do that, but I'm not sure. So I'm not sure if there's, so this is, the C1 is strum down, is kind of the label here, and strum up for the D. So that's strum up, strum down. So it looks like D is considered strum up, and C in this particular one is for strum down, but it could be subtle to differentiate on just the default playback. Just my chat field jumped on me real quick, so I think I find my place. All right, so I think I'm close. Okay. Okay, so we see a question from Taylor just saying, if I do very audio on a melody that has some flat, sharp, and quarter tone notes and convert it to MIDI, how can I get the MIDI notes to match the off-pitch notes? So once we do that, I mean, I have a good example for like something that might be more like with the more of an Eastern tuning scale, but if you wanted that to be carried over, so let's say if I'm here and I go to my Very Audio, just select the Very Audio here. So when we turn this into MIDI, so we go to functions and then we could choose to extract MIDI. You'll have different pitch bend extraction modes. So here, if you wanted that, you could actually just turn it to notes and note expression to VST3 tuning curves, and that will be able to be played back and recognized by VST3 instruments like, you know, Howlian Sonic SE, Howlian Sonic, as well as you know, other VST 3.5 instruments, Retrolog. So when you do the pitch extraction mode here, you know, we could do kind of no pitch bend or like static MIDI pitch bend, which doesn't have as fine of a resolution. But if we do it to the VST3 tuning curve, at that point, it could go kind of in the cracks of kind of Western tuning to accommodate for other tuning scales quite easily. All right, so we see from James that the Steinberg developer section from the web part is back up, so it's great. Thanks for letting us know. All right, so we have Chief Theodore from London, UK. Thanks for being on the live stream. All right, and we see Sir Robert from Atlanta. All right. So, Greg, how will you apply reverb on Pizzicato when mixing? An illustration will help. So, let me just go ahead and put in some Pizzicato strings here. Okay, so let's say. Try switching my audio. Seems like it's. Just check one thing here real quick, maybe. Okay, let's see if I just can put some. All right, so some reason my instruments don't want to cooperate today. Let me just see if I can open up one other project and get it to. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to switch this to like a pizzicato, sorry about that. Okay, so let's just say I'll switch this to like a Pitts. On this particular part. So, you know, depending on the library, so a lot of times with string libraries, you may already have so let's say if I just wanted to come over here and let's say if we wanted to add a particular reverb to that channel. So let's say, okay, I want it to, as we're playing this, I have it. So, I probably, it could really depend on the actual part, but, you're going to have some particular, reverb often within the particular string sample. So depending on the library that is being utilized, you could just simply come over here and adjust the amount of the reverb often within the library. So if we had something like, okay, this is going, let's see if I have an effects return channel in this. Okay, so, this is just going to be just kind of the raw patch. So a lot of times you may have string libraries that will have, those kind of built-in effects for that. So, often you may just not go so crazy with particular effects that will be built in. So let's say as we're playing this, if I had, so right now I have everything going into this particular instance of Hallian. So I can just come over here and, if I wanted to just add my reverb as a send, I could just come right over here and add just a little bit of, and I would maybe go for, if you're doing like natural strings, go for reverence. And as you wanted to do this, there's a lot of different halls and presets that you could have inside of reverence if you just wanted to browse. But, even the default LA Studio is a great choice. And then as we wanted to just play, that particular, you could add more of the particular reverb here. So if you wanted to add lots of reverb, we could just come here and as I play. So that would probably be a bit obnoxious for a reverb amount. So, I would add just like maybe a touch of reverb, nothing too big unless it was for a specific effect. But if you're trying to do more like standard orchestral stuff, just a nice little hall can make a big difference. And if you have the option of using kind of the far back mics on your particular sample library, you could do that, and that will probably get you close to the the sound that you're looking for. Okay, so we see in Cubase in both Nuendo and Groove Agent, where are the MIDI note input numbers? I want to map controllers, but I want to find which notes normally uses to prevent overwrite of standard controls. So when we open up a Groove Agent instance, Groove Agent can utilize all 128 MIDI notes. So if I'm here, we see 16 banks. So often we will start kind of at C1 for note messages. But if you go to, and if you have patterns, so let's say if I wanted to just come directly over here, we'll load up a kit with patterns that as we do this, that will have kind of usually a lot of samples may start at like C1. And then you may have like with Groove Agent below those particular notes, you may have like in these 2 octaves, you may have the patterns. So, Groove Agent can utilize, all of the particular MIDI notes. So if you're setting up something for controller, it could be, if you wanted to have, probably, most of the MIDI notes would probably be from like C1. Often you may have 16 sounds, but this could depend upon the actual kit that you're doing in Groove Agent. If you're doing like the percussion agent, that may utilize all 128 pads for a combination of the 128, notes. And then you could have different patterns, and these patterns could be placed onto their own MIDI port. So these could be utilizing all of the MIDI note messages. So, but if you want it to map controllers, it could be that the controller is kind of mapped directly within your studio setup. So if you go to like your generic remote, and then you could differentiate it with the MIDI port. So this way you could have one MIDI controller that's just functioning as for doing control functions and triggering different elements and settings, and then others that will be utilized for playing instruments. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. So I see, hi Greg, is Absolute 5 on sale, and what is the US price of that product? So there is a end of year or end of summer sale that I think is going on through the 25th, and I think Absolute 5 is on that. So, but you could check kind of what the price is on that. So if you just go to the Steinberg shop and, you know, just use look for the end of summer sale, and I believe that will automatically give you kind of the discount code for that. And there's a lot of other things like Wavelab Cast and Dorico and even some Nuendo upgrades, and that will be that are also part of that promotion. So just kind of check that. I don't know what the sale price is exactly on Absolute 5, but I believe that's included in the end of summer promotion. Okay, so we see a question from Gerard in San Diego. It says, using Cubase 11 on Mac. Right now I start my songs on 2, but I want to adjust my bar grid to show 0 and start my songs on 1. How do I do this? So right now I see this project is starting on 1. So we'll go to the project setup, and we'll just set a display bar offset. So I'm going to set this to 1. I'll hit OK. It'll ask me, I modified this. Do I want to keep the project content at its current bar position? So you just say yes. And now I have a bar 0, and we're starting at bar 1. So once again, go to your project menu to project setup, and you'll see display bar offset. So if I set this to 2 and hit OK, we would have a -1 measure, a 0 measure, and then we can have the content start right at measure 1. So just use the display bar offset from the project setup. And you could also just hit Shift plus S to set that and open up that window very quickly. All right, so we have Gamera 21 from Berlin. We have Kerwin Young on the live stream as well. So I'm not sure if Gamera is in for the Gamera movies from Berlin, but one of my neighbors 2 houses down, he was in a Gamera movie. That was his claim to fame as a kid. All right, so we see, so still no sign of hardware controls in Inspector with the UR824. Somebody in the Facebook Cubase group said it might be because of outputs being assigned via control panel. So I think that the URC series and the URRT series, if you have it set up with the control room, so let's say if we come here, we could just go to the audio connections that, you know, and this is kind of a bummer if you have a 2-in, 2-out interface, that the integration here shows up as in the inspector, but I believe the UR824 kind of, you know, so you could try this. So try just to come over here to the control room and deactivate it. And then, so right now I have a UR24C interface. So I will now go to my outputs here and I'll activate it. And now when I go to add an audio track, I'll say, okay, we're going to go to that as my mono input, and we'll add our track that now I see the UR24C in my inspector settings, but I thought that the UR824 may not show up in the inspector, but that still showed up like in the mix console. So when we come over here and open up the mix console, that you would see kind of the hardware tab for on the input channels. So now if you wanted to come over here, so I think the UR824 may not be designed. I haven't tried it since, I haven't had a UR824 since they came out with the URC units. But so it could be that, you know, with the control room activated, you don't get this, and that's a bummer. And we've been trying to get our colleagues in Japan to, you know, see that. So what I've seen some people do, if you don't have this work, is, you know, maybe assign like an output here to be your, you know, ADAT bank to channels 7 and 8 as your output. It doesn't have to be your stereo out here, and then you could still have your control room. And then once you do that for the channels, you can see the inspector tab right there. But I think that the UR824, and I'm not sure, I haven't checked to see with the new extension if that changed, but it's just kind of a design intention from Yamaha. We pointed it out to them many times to see if we can get it resolved. And so you may have to turn off the control room, which is counterintuitive. All right, so we have Sujan from Nepal. Thanks for joining us. And Redna Music from Netherlands. Glad you could join us again, as well as Michael Pierce from London. And we have Meikot Kot from Japan. Thanks for joining the live stream. Okay, so we just, since we just kind of did that, we asked if you could demonstrate the settings in the inspector for the UR. So when I wanted to come here, I could just say, let's get to again my audio connections. So I will just have my outputs set here, and I'll choose to have this connected to mix 1 and mix L, mix R. Then when I go to add an audio track and have the input, I could see my UR24C settings here for my inputs. This would allow me to access like my RevX reverb that's going to be on the unit itself from, you know, that's powered by the DSP. So we're not going to have any latency, and I could have different effects. So if I want to have like the morphing channel strips, if I wanted to apply this, you know, during recording, or if I wanted to just be able to apply that for monitoring. And I also have, you know, phantom power, which I could enable, high pass, as well as phase inversion right there. So that's really kind of all you have to do. So let me just... Okay. Okay, so I see from Fred that Norwich rhymes with porridge. So thanks for letting me know. All right. All right, and we have greetings from South Africa. Thanks for joining. All right, so I just see from Capital Razor, it says it shows me 763 for absolute full 5 version. So let me see if I could just go to the Steinberg online shop, and you said it was in the US. So take a quick look. So let's say... So when I just come here, full version is set to $499. So that's the US price. But if you're elsewhere and Let's see if we come over here to the end of summer, if it's part of the end of summer promotion. Or if this is for her. So it looks like the individual instruments are on sale, but it looks like it's $4.99 for everything, just for the normal absolute. So I'm not sure where you see the $763 if you're in the U.S. So, but let me know if you're not in the U.S. All right, so we have Pablo joining us. It's always wonderful when Pablo's joining us from Galicia, España. And we have Tracy Griffith checking in from Texas. Okay, so we see, Greg, the edit window when linked to project window doesn't actually link for non-MIDI events. Is this a bug to be fixed? So it's never was really intended to work with audio to be synchronized. I'm not sure if there is a particular reason, but you notice that there isn't. So when I'm here and am doing MIDI editing, that I could have this sync button turned on, but when we go to the sample editor, that the sample editor doesn't have the same sync button. So maybe we'll see that in future versions, but you know, right now that is just a function for the MIDI editing. So I'm not sure if it's a bug or just it wasn't designed to incorporate the sample editing, because often that, you know, most of the sample editing stuff that you need to do on a grid, you could do in a project window, whereas that's not really the case with the MIDI editors. So I think that may be some of the reasons why. All right, so we have a question from Soren in Sweden, just saying, Greg, I have a question. In 11.04, it seems that the extension spectral layers is gone. It doesn't exist in the menu for me. What's up with that? What am I missing? So I have 11.04 here. Okay, so now I go to my audio, I go to project, and just go to my audio menu rather, and just go to my extension. So my spectral layers is here, and it just misbehaved on me, but the extension is still there, invisible, you know. So you may want to just out of curiosity try to just reinstall the spectral layers again and see if that will make a difference for you. But you know, give that a shot and see if that makes sense. Okay, so we had a question from Dan Freeman. Can you explain what direct offline processing does and why we should use it? Okay, so let's say I have a number of tracks here. So I just want to take this and I find that maybe I use like the same plugins for processing drums. I don't have a super fast computer, so I could select all of these particular files and I could go to my direct offline processing. So if I had a slower computer, I just wanted to kind of apply effects, I could come over here and just say, I'm going to select all those files, and instead of putting like let's say a Magneto plugin on all of them, I could just come right over here and just say, okay, I wanted to kind of adjust my saturation amount. I could just now apply the setting of all of these particular of this plugin to all of my drums. Now, when we're doing this, it's not playing back and processing through the plugin. This plugin has been rendered into the particular file. So if I say, okay, I wanted to come over here and go to Dynamics, and I wanted to do an envelope shaper on all my drums. So I'll just come over here, say, okay, I want to adjust my attack and the length and release. So now we could just apply that. Now, a lot of people would kind of shy away from a lot of this type of processing just because if you made a mistake and you saved a project, you know, you were like in really bad shape. So let's say if I was just going crazy and I wanted to say, okay, I just wanted to apply a morphing filter across all of my drums, and I wanted to now come over here and do a flanger. So let's say I've done kind of all these different types of effects. Now, a lot of times we're kind of stuck at that stage. So if you kind of say, okay, you know, oh, I shouldn't have really put the flanger on. And now, and a lot of times in different editing scenarios and audio editors and DAWs, you may run into situations where you're kind of stuck because you made a permanent decision. But here, I can say, okay, I just want to change the envelope shaper setting to that, and it'll reprocess. Or I wanted to take this plugin out. So let's say, okay, I just wanted to take the chopper out. I could delete that one process. Or if I wanted the flanger to, you know, just come up in the signal flow, we could just kind of change the order of plugins as well. But at any time, it stores the original file. And at this point, I could just say, okay, I just wanted to delete all the files. And unless you choose to make it permanent, that once you choose to right click and make all permanent, you won't be able to undo that. But, you know, just like how Taylor wanted the ability to save, you know, the mix console history forever, this will allow you to go back because it has the original file and it has the file that it's doing all the processes to, and will just reference and do whatever is needed in the instructions to go back at any stage at any time. All right, so Razel checking in from Denmark and Dallas LaRue from Las Vegas. All right, so we see from John Costigan, happy you could join us, John. I'm trying to use a Halion Sonic SE patch with note expression called ah to oo choir note expression. I can't make the expression change to syllables. Can you try it? So let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so let's come over here. And I'll make this just a little louder. All right, so let's see if it's... Let's see if we just... So I don't see any controls to kind of change this particular patch, but let me just... right, so I'm not sure. So I don't see a way to kind of change the patch. I know that if we get into like some of the Olympus micro choirs or the Olympus choirs, that a lot of times that this would have the ability to kind of switch between different symbols. Let's say if I just wanted to come here, so we could say layer 1 is A sustain, layer 2 is O. So, and at this point, you could just say you wanted to blend these two, you know, to kind of transition. You know, you could say dynamics. So this is more ah in this color. And then, you know, but here you could choose to kind of see if it's the mod wheel or expression wheel will often kind of switch between these two. But I think that this particular sound might be kind of, so I'm not sure if it's the name is confusing, but I don't really see a way to kind of switch it from an ah to an oo. So that's often kind of in a lot of patches like this done with you know, with a controller, kind of like a modulation wheel or an expression. But it doesn't seem like that particular patch really kind of allows you to utilize that, because you would kind of see it indicated here, like for key switches. So sorry about that, John. All right, so we just see a question. If I use audio warp tool and bounce it, the audio waveform is automatically changed in main display and it won't be at grid when I zoom in. Is it a Cubase algorithm problem, or let's see if it's continued on. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so let's say, okay, so let's say I have this file here, and I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this track, and I'll bounce this so that we could take a look at it. Okay, so now we have kind of two tracks that are duplicated. Okay, so if I use audio warp tool and bounce it, the audio waveform is automatically changed in main display. So I will come over here and let's do some audio warping. So let me just come over here and we'll put it into free warp mode. Okay, so let's see. So the audio waveforms automatically changed in the main display. So let's say if I just come here and do my bouncing. So I did my audio warping. Okay. All right, so let's say, so use audio or tool and bounce it. So I will now come over here. I'll duplicate this track. And then I will bounce our duplicated track. Okay. The audio waveform is automatically changed and made displayed. It won't be a grid when I zoom in. All right, so, you know, now all of my changes that I've done here have now been applied into this, since this is kind of, you know, we don't necessarily see all of these particular files here. So let's say as I adjust the position of these files, we don't see it necessarily in this view. So let's say if I come here, okay, so it looks like we see that there. So let's try, instead of bouncing the selection, let's see what happens if we do just a render in place. So I'll just come over here. Let's do render settings and see if that makes a difference. Okay, and we'll keep the source events as they are. So it looks like the rendered settings are kind of the same. So I will go ahead and pass that along to the quality assurance team and see if they have kind of an explanation. So I'm not sure if it's the algorithm that's causing that or if it's how it's interacting with the bounce, but it looks a little suspect to me. And this looks like kind of the same results when bouncing or rendering in place. So sorry you ran into that. Okay, so we see a question from Dan. When zoomed into a part and you cut it, the cursor moves to the right, making you zoom out and back to find your place again. So let's come over here. Let's go back to, let's say, this audio event. Okay, so just reread this. So zoomed into a part and cut it. The cursor moves to the right. Okay, so let's say I will go ahead and let's say I have this part split, and we'll just make this a different color for easy differentiation. Okay, so let's say I'm zooming in on this part here, and I cut. All right, so I'm not sure if you have the grid turned on, but one thing it could be, you know, so that seems to stay where I am. Okay, so when zoomed in part, cut it, the cursor moves to the right, making you zoom out and back to find your place again. Can this jumping of the cursor be turned off? So that seems like it's kind of like when I'm here, I have the cursor. So let's say I cut. So make sure that, you know, if you're zoomed in, that maybe you don't have snap on and off set to like a high grid level, like the bar. So, you know, that could be it. One other thing that could cause kind of the position to jump is if you have, you know, under transport, try unchecking use video follows edit mode. Because what happens a lot of times if I click here, you know, that could cause like the event to jump to, you know, like, you know, if I just kind of click, that could sometimes cause, once that's activated, as soon as I click here, the cursor will jump to the beginning of the part. And that's kind of an editing style that some people prefer in different situations. So make sure that you do have the use video follows edit mode unchecked from the transport menu, Dan, and see if that helps. So we see any chance of the interactive phrase synthesizer making a return. It was so fun. So yeah, I think it was a wonderful feature, and I really enjoyed working with it. And this is kind of like a super duper arpeggiator. It was incredibly German. It was designed by Werner Kracht, who is maybe the second or third developer at Steinberg, and he's still with the company. 35 years ish later, 37 years later, or whatever. So I haven't heard of any plans to bring it back. But a lot of people, I would say at the time it was pretty underutilized, but I'll mention it, and I'll pass this information along as well. And all the questions I get, the development and product planning team sees. Okay. All right, great to see Mark Rabin on the live stream saying he took 5 days off, no studio instrument, no BS, and honestly, it feels amazing. It's great. It's nice to get a little change of pace. Okay, so I just see Greg, can pan drum be added in Halion 6? Can Halion 6 be upgraded or updated free with new instruments? Add it in how? So let's come over here. So I think pan drum might be one of the, so there are a lot of different Halion instruments that are available, and I think pan drum is a third-party instrument that you could just buy. I think it's available. I think it's part of so I come over here, we had the pan drum. So I think this is just like a third-party expansion that you could get. So if you wanted to get the pan drum, you could just get it from the Steinberg website, I believe. Let me just confirm that. And we can see if it's going to be on sale. Yep, so if you wanted to just come right over here, you could buy the pan drum for $129. So you could just get it directly, from the Steinberg website. So, but yeah, there's lots of different expansions that are available. So if you just wanted to even come here and look at all expansions, so you can see, for Groove Agent drum kits, if you wanted more just styles, so pad shop expansions, retrolog expansions. So all these are just available to purchase. So, and if we wanted to just, come over here, say, so if you look at, your different Halion ones, you could just kind of come right over here and just kind of have access to, but just, there's lots of different Halion, expansion sets for it. So if you wanted to just, come over here, so you get a lot with it, but there's number of different expansions that you could just purchase as well, including pan drum. I just lost my spot. So let me just find it real quick. Sorry about that. Thanks for all the great questions. If you learned something new, make sure that you actually hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that. All right, so I just see, Greg, I couldn't find Iconica in my Hallion 6. So, you know, if you haven't purchased Iconica separately, so that is a separate expansion. So if you haven't purchased it, you won't see it in your Hallion 6. So Peter, if you could let me know if you purchased Iconica. But, you know, sometimes I'll have, you know, the expansions installed on my system as well that are sold in it, you know, that are sold separately. So. Okay. Okay, so we're seeing for users of Nuendo/Cubase Pro, are there any features which Dorico possesses which are not included natively within the Nuendo score editor? Asking while sale is active. So, you know, I mean, Dorico's a completely different approach. I mean, there will be, you know, stuff for, you know, more complex, you know, if you're doing, you know, more complex scores, there's going to be a lot of stuff, but it's mostly kind of a different approach, you know. So I would say if you're doing composition from, you know, I want to start with a blank, you know, piece of staff paper and compose that way, that, you know, a lot of people coming from that perspective will use, you know, feel more comfortable in a Dorico environment. And some people that are want to approach it more from sequencing perspective, that they will, you know, start primarily in Cubase. But there's a lot of features. I mean, you know, we're not going to be doing condensing, stuff like, you know, as complex, you know, like Cubase isn't going to get into microtonal notation, you know, so there's lots of stuff for, you know, engraving options that will be in Dorico that, you know, while you could maybe kind of mimic some of it in the score editor, that, you know, Dorico will have enough unique features that it is a separate program to work with. So, and it will share the same audio engine. You know, many of all the effects that you have in Dorico come from Cubase, and the video engine. So stuff like that will make a lot of sense. And there is a, you know, Dorico SE version, so that's free. So you could actually try it out, or just try the trial version. Okay, so we have a question. Can Cubase 11 Pro run on an iPad Pro? So currently Cubase 11 Pro does not run on an iPad Pro, but if you wanted to run Steinberg products that looks just, you know, and behaves very much like Cubase, you could get Cubasis, and that runs on iPad Pro, as well as Android and Chromebook. So check out Cubasis, and you can get that on the App Store, and that'll run on your phone or the iPad Pro. So we have a lot of people running that, and then you could take your project from Cubasis on your iPad or Android device, and at that point you could come over here and you could actually import the Cubasis project directly into Cubase if you need to take it to do more functionality. But they're kind of two programs. But I think if you know how Cubase works, you'll feel kind of right at home, right on your Cubasis for iPad Pro. All right, so we see Soren fixed his spectral layers problem by reinstalling it, so that's good. Thanks for letting me know. All right, so we see JVI just saying thanks for all the live streams. You're welcome. Hope it's helpful for people. All right, so I just see from Taylor just saying, in case you missed, in case you lost this in the chat jump, it was skipped. So if I skipped your question, Taylor, just re-ask it again. Okay, so I see it now. So when I copy a kick groove to VST bass track and follow the chord track set for roots, it often plays fifths. What could cause this to happen? Okay. All right, so let's take a look at this and just do a quick new project. Or maybe I'll do it with one. Let's take a look. Let's see if I can make this one work. Okay, so when I copy a kick groove to VST bass track and follow the chord track set, the roots, it often plays fifths. What could cause this? Okay, so I just have to kind of create something from scratch here. Okay, so just see if this, I'm just going to reread again. So, okay, I'm going to try a different approach here real quick. Something has real audio on it. Okay, so let's say if I'm here and I wanted to take the kick. Okay, so I'm going to find the hit points. And then we'll create MIDI notes. Okay, so now let's say I have this as my bass part. So say this is my kick. All right, and I'm just going to move it up. Okay, so let's say I have this, and I'll just add a MIDI bass part. Just okay, so I'm going to take this MIDI part and just copy it down. right, so let's say now I want to take this bass part and let's see if it's going to just select all the notes here, and I'll just drop it down a couple octaves. Okay, so we're going to have just our MIDI bass part here. All right, and I'm going to add a chord track. All right, and now let's tell the bass part to follow the chord track. Just so I'm going to mute that. So now we're going to go to chords and tell it to follow root notes. So it seems like it's following it without any fifths being introduced. So again, once I told it to follow the chords on that particular part, so let's say if I just turn this to off and we have this MIDI part selected, I say, let's follow the root notes. I would say synchronize track data, and I would just say apply known chord. That's the settings I used, and then that seemed to have the VST bass track automatically follow the chord track that was extracted from the kick groove. So I just see, a comment on Cubasis. So I just see, I think Cubasis generally doesn't need a dongle. It has a hardware activation. So it's, Cubasis for iPad and Android and Chromebook doesn't require a USB-E licenser. All right, so we're just seeing Real Raven responding to Gamera or to Mark Raven. So, saying he's an Android peasant. But yeah, you could definitely run Cubasis for Android as well. No problems. Okay, so I just see a question. Hey, is there a way to show the full long track names right now? Is Italian Sonic if the name is too long? All right, so let's say if I come here, let's say if I had this shorter. So I'm not sure if it's this that you wanted to see. Longer, so you could make extend this out longer. But if it's still not, short enough here, you could probably go right click on the track and go to, let's take a look under the track control settings. And then when we go to name, you see kind of a width and track name width. So you could probably increase your track name width here. So if you wanted to double the width of the track name, you could do that. So that field can get longer. So once again, try going to the track control settings, right click on the track. And then when you click on the name field, you could see the control area width as well as, so now if I double both of those, when we click that, you'll have more characters that can be utilized. So give that a try. And I think it'll just default to 7, but you could obviously have it bigger if you need it. So let me know if that works for you. All right, so we have Jeff Sabelski checking in from Chico. Thanks for joining. Okay, so I see Kenhalion Sonic, bad 1B, bad 1 be tweaked to allow more than one note to be played at the same time. So let's take a look. We'll see if it's in. All right, so let's take a look at bad 1 here. So let's see. All right, so that's just a monophonic instrument, but let's see if we come over here. So right now, when I click on the edit, we see a mono button. So now I could play chords. But if you want it to be in monophonic mode, you could just kind of click right here. And when I try to play a chord, it's only going to play one voice, but just come right here and then uncheck mono. And again, you could just select a voice and go to the edit. And now you can just come right over there and play chords or play polyphonically directly there. And you can set the amount of polyphony that you need. Okay, so we see from Thermonuclear War. Hi, Greg. I want to give advice for mastering. Compare Oson Maximizer with Fab Pro L Maximizer. Gives transparent sound, but Pro L1 gives unnatural, crunchy, and has muddy sound. So people run from Fab Pro L. So thanks for sharing your experiences. Okay, we see from Tracy Griffith. I think y'all have a great product. Yeah, we think so too. And we're just here to help people get to learn it better. Okay, so you just see from Jay, in Halion 6, would it be possible to create a VST which stores different modes so that I can select or combine scales I want to play, record for intermodulation as keyboard cookie cutter? So, it's Halion 6, generally the instruments will play back whatever sound, whatever MIDI messages are set to it. In Halion 6, you can have it set within VST 3.5 for doing, stuff like we showed this in a recent live stream, like when you wanted to do, stuff that was in, this is part of the VST 3.5 specs. If you come over here to like world instruments, we could just say, I wanted to do, more of like a, But, you know, it gives you the ability within the instrument to come over here and choose, like when we go to the macro editor, you know, we could look at kind of your musical scale here. So I could say, okay, I wanted my E flats to be flat. So now as I play, so it has the ability to kind of play back, so the instruments can be set up for that. But it could really be based upon the MIDI controller. So this could, you know, so you could have the instrument set up to do like micro tuning and stuff like that, but it's really kind of whatever MIDI messages you have. So some MIDI controllers are capable of that. A lot of them aren't capable of doing anything kind of outside of if you're getting into microtonality. So many of them kind of won't do that. And you could do stuff also through like a MIDI insert plugin. So if you wanted to take, you know, just any particular patch, so say if I put this back to normal tuning, we could, you know, just have a micro tuner directly inside as a MIDI plugin. So now I could say with the appropriate instrument, I could say, okay, the E flats I want to be sharp. I want my Ds to be flat. So as I play, so you could set that. So often it's going to be kind of in the MIDI part, and, you know, Hallian 6 can respond to it, but it's kind of how the MIDI controller or MIDI messages can be altered through something like the micro tuner plugin can make it an effect of it, and how the instrument is responding to it. And then, you know, you could always just kind of set, you know, scales kind of within the MIDI part itself. So if you just wanted to come over here to the scale assistant, you know, we could say, I just wanted to snap live input. And now that I've defined a scale, so let's say, okay, I want it to be in F sharp major. Anytime that I play, no matter what notes I play here, the instrument will automatically filter for particular modes or scales. And if you wanted to, you know, come up with a number of different modes, you know, so you have your typical, you know, Phrygian, Dorian modes, but even if you wanted to set up your own personal scales as well, you could do that. So if you're like, oh, I want to do a Bartok half diminished scale, you could set that up. So a lot of the stuff may be outside of the instrument and the instrument can respond to it, but you could set these up just as parts, and those parts could be saved or, you know, recalled directly, or have it just automatically follow the chord track like we saw earlier. Okay, so I just see, so it says removed VST Connect to open project and VST Connect again. VST Connect is already running. Please remove. Remove is grayed out. Create is clickable. Why is there an old instance of VSTI? So check, you know, sometimes when you get a message like this, it could be sometimes look in the control room. So out of curiosity, so if you come over here into the control room for the VST Connect, you'll see like an inserts tab, and try just to click on the main. And then once you see the main, you'll notice that you'll have the insert slots, and you often will see a VST Connect there. So try to remove it from there manually. So say if I go to my VST Cloud and I create a VST Connect, and I'll just come over here. And sometimes, you know, using the repair configuration tool, so I will come right over here, check and repair. So we'll have it repaired. So now when I come over here to the main, that this is a plugin in the control room that's kind of set up. So check to make sure that, you know, perhaps that is removed there. So it's a place that you often don't think of looking. So make sure that you, again, once you're in the control room, click on the inserts and then click on the main tab, and that will kind of bring the main tab up to show the inserts underneath. So it's something that's pretty easily missed. Okay, so just see question: when importing audio files from another DAW, like Reason, the pitch is changing in Cubase. What is going on? So usually that's kind of it sounds like a sample rate issue, like a sample rate mismatch. Like maybe you're in 44.1 in Reason and Cubase is set to 48K or vice versa. So if you want it to do that, just make sure that you're actually playing at the correct sample rate. So whatever sample rate you have set in Reason Studio, you can now just come over here, go to your project menu to project setup, and make sure that the sample rate that we have here for the record file format in the project matches. So I think once you get the sample rate to match, that they'll be playing at the same pitch and the same speed for you. Okay, so we see a question. Is it possible to show the input channels in the arranger window? Maybe I could use the hardware controls for the UR824. So if you wanted to, you could go to, so I don't think it'll allow you to actually look at it, but let's say if I wanted to come over here, I'm just going to say, let me just, go to a project where I have some input channels defined quickly. So once you kind of, come over here, you have your input channels, and then, you could just take a look in the mix console directly here. And let's take a look at your input output channels. So here we could have your output channels, but try just going, and this may be filtered off by default, but if you just look at the main project window here in the mix console in the lower zone, and if you don't see this row of icons, click here and just make sure that you have the input channels visible there. Then you could access them and make adjustments for your UR824 there, I think. So I just see Absolute 5 in summer sale. I didn't see that. So no, it's some of the individual instruments that come with Absolute 5, but Absolute 5 is now available. So sorry for the confusion. So we see how well does Avid S1 controller work with Cubase. So it works very well because we actually kind of co-developed it in conjunction with Euphonics originally. And then, Euphonics was acquired by Avid. So Euphonics was acquired by Avid several years after that. So, there's pretty tight functionality with that, directly in with Cubase. Okay, so I just see, so question is from Jay from Connecticut. Is it possible with Logical Editor or something to make the notepad display the notes and or chords beneath the physical playback head? So the notepad, won't do that, but what a lot of people will end up doing is just taking, like what I do, and I'll show just kind of like a project I played bass on, and this is with Michael Teams and Gareth and Pablo. But often what I just do when I'm working on the project is I just have the chord track. I make a chord track, and this is kind of like my reference. So like here, I just wanted to remind myself of, okay, during this part of the song, you know, this is the upcoming chords. So, you know, and I could just use that as kind of, and I think that, you know, and I've come up, you know, and I played in all sorts of musical ensembles, and I did like really hardcore big band jazz as a bass player where I just got a chord chart, and, you know, people go, oh, why don't you improvise? It's like, okay, I don't have any notes written. I just have a chord chart. So I'm, you know, so this was very comfortable for me as a musician, just to, you know, I could look at it in a chord chart, and that's kind of what I did all through college and many performances when I was primarily just a bassist or primarily a bassist. But I think that having the chords kind of just laid out, and when I'm doing actual, you know, like retracking, I'll often just come over here and just have the chords, and then I use that as my reference for recording, or just to kind of get a sense of what's going on. So, but there isn't a way that the notepad's going to synchronize. We can think of that as just, you know, a static notepad, but it's not going to move with the playhead. But, you know, once we have this open, you know, I come right over here and it will just automatically update. So that I could just know what chords are coming up when needed. And it's a very effective way if you're trying to convey it to musicians. They could see when the chords are coming. It's a really easy way to track. So, especially if you're the musician who's also engineering at the same time. All right, so we just see a question from Gray with M. How to send effects to a bunch of tracks at once. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to take a number of tracks and send it, like all of my drums, to a reverb bus, it's pretty easy. So if I wanted to just come here I'll select all of my tracks that I want to include, right click, and I'll just say, let's add an effects channel to the selected channel. So I'll say, okay, let's make it a Roomworks reverb, and I'll just come right over here. Now when I go to my sends, I could see that Roomworks reverb has been added to all of the channels, and we could send the amounts. And if I wanted to quick link those, I could also just say, okay, now that they're quick linked, I select those. I could move the values. I can move them absolute, so that if I move one, they'll all be the same value, or I can move them. I could suspend all the channel linking as well. So if I wanted to tweak, you know, just one at a time, you could do it like that. But just select them, right click, and say add track. And this is an easy way to also assign it to group channels or also to VCA faders. Okay, so we have a question. Hey, Greg, is it a characteristic of Cubase not to redraw the screen when the playhead is sent to the start of the project? Bar 1 shows up only when I restart playback. Do I have a setting? Thank you. So I think it just follows the playhead position. So if it hasn't started to play, so let's say if I'm here, let's say I fast forward. Let me just zoom out. So let's say okay, so I will, let me just activate. So if I'm here and then I move, let's say if I just move, I'll just try. So let's move the playhead back. So, you know, it's set to follow the playback position. So the auto scroll, so as soon as you hit play, then it's going to immediately jump. But until it's playing, the intention is that the playhead position is indicating what's playing, but maybe not where the playhead is parked. So, but as soon as you hit play, then you could just go back. But let's see if we have this set to markers, if that changes the behavior. So let's say my playhead is here, and it's off screen. Let's see if I hit 1. So let's say I'm just going to move my playhead off screen. But if I wanted to go back to the beginning, if I have like a marker there, like my left locator, and let's say I'm here. So now, yeah, so hitting 1, that will still, until you're playing. So, it's going to reflect what the actual playhead is playing as opposed to maybe where it's parked. Okay, so just see a question. So I just see a comment from Real Raven 2000 says, yes, I see the hardware channel in the mixer, just not in the inspector. It's a huge bummer that you had to deactivate control room. So I think, that the change kind of came with the AXR and URC. So I'm not sure if, so let me know if, because I don't have a UR824. I had to send mine back to the office, but let me know that if you deactivate the control room, Real Raven, if it will show up in the inspector, because I think like my MR816 still works, from the main mix console. So, but I don't know if the UR824, I know it kind of started with the concept of the MR816, kind of carried over for the USB. I'm not sure if it was ever kind of migrated into the inspector, but let me know if that is the case. I just haven't had a chance to test it since I don't have a unit. So we have a question. Can you briefly describe what's missing from Cubase Elements versus Artist? So one of the things that, there's going to be more tracks, you're going to have more capabilities, more editing. Something I ran into just anecdotally had mentioned, like being able to lock events. There's more depth of editing. Plus, you get more instruments, more loops and sounds, and also vary audio. So if you wanted to do, graphic tuning of different parts, kind of, like a graphic pitch editing, that you have the option to do that as well. But there is a pretty detailed, if you go to the Steinberg website, there's a pretty detailed comparison. So let's say if we just jump to that, I'll just say Cubase comparison chart. A pretty detailed comparison between all the different features and what exactly is in it. So if you just kind of come here, you can kind of get a sense. So here's Artist and Elements. So unlimited MIDI tracks, 64, unlimited audio tracks, 48 in Elements, 24 instrument tracks, more VST instruments, more instrument sounds. So this will kind of give you, MIDI plugins, but for different sections. So just do like a quick look and you can probably get a very detailed perspective on what the differences are between them. So we see from Real Raven 2000, it says, wow, the new interfaces look gorgeous. I feel like scrapping the UR824 for an 824C. So I think it's an 816C, but yeah, they are quite nice. So. And just seeing also from Real Raven, Yamaha needs to get stuff together. So we'll just kind of keep mentioning it and passing it on to them. So. All right, so we just see, how do we quickly find which Hallian or Groove Agent kits have a specific instrument like a bongo? So, I think if you even just, go to Hallian Sonic SE, there's going to be probably a lot of bongo stuff like that, even kind of within the general MIDI library. So if you wanted to come over, let's just take a look. And I'll just do for so let me just see if I just come over here and let's go to so even like a general MIDI patch for like percussion. So you can now just kind of come right over here. So you could just kind of look in there. And if you have the full version of, Groove Agent, there will be an entire percussion agent there. So and this isn't in the Groove Agent SE that comes with Cubase, but if you have the full Groove Agent, we could right click and we'll just load up, let's say, from the percussion agent. And then if you wanted to edit here, you could have a full suite of percussion instruments with different patterns. So you could just kind of use that. So if you're looking for a lot of percussion stuff, but you could check out, just look under even the general MIDI kits and Hallian Sonic SE. That will work. So just see from Michael Pierce, it's kind of a bit of a shame that the other interfaces can't easily be controlled directly from within Cubase. Not surprising, but that would be great. Just imagining my RMEs. So yeah, it would be nice, but and I think it could be done if the other interface companies wanted to, make it all function from like through a VST plugin, but I don't know many that have chosen to do that. So. Yeah, so you just see from Real Raven 2000 says tested my UR824, but without control room enabled, no hardware panel for my inputs. So I guess it's mixer only for me now. So, so yeah, you could definitely, that's how the UR824 was designed, but but at least you could do that with the control room active. So. Okay, so we see Mark Rabin just saying jump up and down with fury on the like button. So that's good advice. So we'll take that. Just for a quick reference, I'm at about 53 minutes into the live stream, so I'm about over an hour behind, so I'm going to try to catch up. So thank you for all the wonderful questions. Okay, so we have just a question from Caleb. Hi, I wonder if you could show how to connect a keyboard MIDI to Cubase 11. So, you know, often if you wanted to have a MIDI keyboard, if it is just has, you know, the vast majority, if it's been made in the last 20 years, have USB connections. So you could connect the interface directly into Cubase or connect it directly to the computer. Sometimes they're class compliant, meaning that you do not have to install a particular driver, and sometimes you may have to just simply install a driver. So once, so if that's the case, if it's USB, just simply connect it. And when we go to your MIDI port setup, you'll see that the MIDI keyboard wants the driver if needed, or it's connected via class compliant, that it will automatically show up in this list. And you could now come over here, and as I hit the keyboard, we see this little MIDI activity, and that would indicate that we're receiving MIDI messages. Another way to test is if we have a MIDI track or an instrument track loaded. I will just come over here. You could go to a MIDI insert, and there is a monitor plugin. So we could just go to the MIDI monitor, and now as you kind of play messages, you could see that that is going to transmit. And if I go to add an instrument track, and let's say I'll just come right over here, let's add just a percussion part, and I could now just hit the keyboard. Once we have this, that instrument track or that MIDI track, we can say this is coming into all MIDI inputs, which will kind of capture. So if you have multiple MIDI controllers, you could do that, or you could specify the specific device right here where where the MIDI information is coming. By default, you could leave it to all MIDI inputs. You want to make sure that we have the track kind of record enabled or monitored, and then as you can play your MIDI keyboard, it will start to play the sounds for you, and you could record that information into the project timeline. Okay, so you just see from Millard Brown, Greg, when I open Cubase 11 Pro, it says version 11.03. The download assistant says 11.04 is already installed. Does it give me the option to install again? Can you ease the confusion? So you may have downloaded it, but I'm not sure. You know, it's possible that you downloaded it but didn't install it. So if you come over here, you could probably go to, you know, like your downloads folder. And then you may just see, and depending which operating system you're in, you may just see like downloads folder, Steinberg. Sorry for hitting the mic. That's annoying. And, and then you'll see that. So, make sure that if you're on like the Windows, it may go to downloads, Steinberg, Win64, and then look in there. So it may have downloaded it, but it may not have actually installed. I think generally the Mac OS will have you delete the installer. But it could just be indicating that you already downloaded it and it doesn't know that it's been installed. So try that again, Millard. So we just see a comment, direct processing is like how Audacity processes everything. So I'm not sure if a lot of wave editors, when you do processing like that, you can't necessarily undo it non-sequentially, kind of out of order. So that could be kind of a unique thing, but I don't use Audacity. So. Okay, so you see Millard Brown got it figured out. So everything's working with his 11.04, so that's great. Okay, so just see from Dan Freeman, Greg, edit window following the project window. The edit window gives the extra options on the, I guess it's just saying IFT not available in project window, shows multiple events on top of each other, can request edit with Zoom follow project window. So yeah, so if you wanted the project window, like the sample editor, like the audio editor here, to follow the to follow the project window, we could do that, but it's, so just reread it one more time, just make sure. So the extra options on, I guess maybe on the left, not available in the project window, shows multi-events on top of each other. So I'll pass on the feature request, Dan. So, all right. So we have a question from Miller Brown. If I have an external synth set up as an external plugin, is there a way to get a cool picture with the media tab like the VSTI synths I have? So currently, when you're using the mix console here, so or the plugin manager. So let's say if I go to my plugins here, we could see different VST instruments. But when I go to, let's say, add an instrument track, and we go to an external instrument. So let's say, okay, I have my montage. I have that set up. So, since there is no particular plugin interface with this, you may not actually see that. So there's nothing for it to take a picture of because there is no GUI. So, and I know often that it will just kind of be kind of a link to it, but I think, that's the intention was, to actually take a picture of the particular plugin and take that. But since there's no graphic image of the hardware, that it doesn't do that. I'm sure it could be added, but it's probably not going to be the highest priority for new features that people want. All right, wonderful to see Sable Winters on the live stream. Okay, so just saying from John Costigan, thanks for trying to odd oo for me. It's a note expression editor. Windows says it shows volume as the expression possibility, so let's go ahead and give that a try. So I will come over here. Let me just set up. It one more time. Okay, so we'll get a vocal. Okay, so let me just hold a chord here. Okay, so let's say we'll now listen to just this, and I'll go ahead and draw in. Maybe it's, you said it's maybe CC7. Let's see if that changes it. So it doesn't seem like that's working. So, but I could play around with it some more, but it just doesn't seem like that's actually changing between ah and oo, even though you think that the name would kind of imply that. Okay, so I just see a question. Is there any way to have the Retrolog sequencer send MIDI to other synths, either VST or external hardware? So if we wanted to do this, I think that we could maybe copy it out to the project, but maybe not send it in real time. So let's come over here to Retrolog instrument. Okay, so let's say I have this particular pattern. So let's say if I play a chord. So what I could do is just come over here and say I hit record. All right, and now that I've recorded that, let's say, now we can see this little MIDI icon, and then you could just drag it out into the project window, and there's everything that we just did. So while it's not feeding it in real time, you can capture the performance just by clicking on record here, and then as you just kind of play right into it, at that point you could then just copy that and drop it to other tracks, to external instruments or to internal VST instruments. Okay, so you just see which version of Cubase is Greg using. So I'm using 11.04, so it's the latest version. All right, so may have just lost some questions. Oh, I think I'm okay. All right, so I'm okay with that. All right, trying to catch up. So just see, how about the brand new 11.04 update? Did you guys check it out? So yeah, this is what I'm using today, and I think I've had it on maybe the last two weeks of live streams as well. So someone caught me, mentioned it in a comment, I think. So all right, so we see Michael Teams is able to join us from Weatherford, Texas. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we just see is the update to 11.5 on special offer as well. So, there isn't an 11.5 currently, so so they can't really do a special offer on something that doesn't exist. So, but you could check. I think even Jazz Dude put a link if you just get to the end of summer sale, and I think it's going through September 25th. Okay, so we have a question from Andrei from Romania. Is there any way to MIDI map a MIDI controller to trigger or go to a specific marker? Let's say I press note C1 and it goes to marker 22. All right, so let me go ahead and add markers into my project here. Okay, so let's go to our generic remote. So I'm going to go to my studio menu, to studio setup, and we will go to generic remote. So I'm going to say, we're going to take this MIDI note here, and I could just actually click on learn and just hit the MIDI note from my controller. So I could just come here. So let's say I want this note, and we will go to, I think it may just be under command. Let's look there. Let's go to marker. Let's try transport. So it looks like we could do 15 markers. So let's say if I do this and I hit the button, let's see if I got that set up right. Oh, transport device. So now, as soon as I hit that button, so you can navigate between 15 markers and I think 15 cycle markers as well. So wherever you're at, you could just go directly to that particular marker. And if you had more than, if you needed to have, 45 markers, you could have 3 marker tracks and have, that one particular marker track be active. So now wherever I'm at, if I rewind, I hit that button, it'll just take me to that specific marker when I hit the MIDI message. So once again, go to studio setup. You may, if you don't have a generic remote, click on the plus sign, add a generic remote. Once that generic remote's been added, you could do a MIDI learn for the particular MIDI note message, and then this MIDI message is going to do this function. And we can say, we're going to do transport device, and you could just choose your marker directly there. All right, so we have Greg Sordino just thanking me for doing what I do. You're welcome. Glad to help people. So we just see from Michael Pierce, general question about Cubases. If you buy a third-party plugin, okay, a Waves one, and you don't already own the Waves plugin on your computer, what happens when you import? So I think it'll just show up as like maybe a missing plugin message. So if you don't have the equivalent on your computer, so I think that would, would just show up as kind of a plugin not available. I think the project would load, and then it would just, would indicate that you have a missing plugin on that particular track. Okay, Michael Teams wants everyone to hit the like button. I'll concur with him. All right, so we see from Cool Stars, I watched hours and hours of these superb sessions. Hugely useful, Greg. Thank you. Glad it's helpful. Okay, so we have a question. What type of maximizer does Wavelab have? Is he transparent? So yeah, and you can use kind of a very similar one in Cubase. So I think they're going to be basically the same algorithms. So if we wanted to come over here, so you could use the maximizer, and there's two different modes on a maximizer. So if we go to under dynamics and go to maximizer, so you have kind of a classic, and this will be a bit more transparent and maybe a little uncolored. But if you want something a little more aggressive for contemporary pop music, you could go to the modern algorithm just there. So give that a try and try the classic algorithm for transparency. And you could run that inside of Wavelab or Cubase. All right, we have Michael Marshall joining from Somerset in the UK. Thanks for joining. Okay, question. Is there a way to split a stereo file into two mono channels without having to re-import it? So yeah, we could do that quite easily. So let's come over here to this project. I think I have an example file we could use for this. Okay, so let's say I want to take this guitar file right here. So I'll just... So what I want to do is I'm going to select the track itself, go to my project menu, and we'll say convert tracks and say multi-channel to mono. So we'll just come right over here. And now we do that. Now I have my left and right channels automatically split out for you. So you don't have to re-import it and then split the file when re-importing it. You can still do that if you get paid by the hour, I guess. All right, great to see Uno Momento on the live stream. So we have a question from JVI. I am reorganizing my project's folder structure. I'm assuming that the folder tree will remain correct even if I move the project inside a new folder. As long as all the kind of subfolders are not changed, the structure will basically work. So you could have it within the subfolder of a subfolder of a subfolder, and you open up the project. And as long as kind of the hierarchy of the different like the audio files are, you know, similar, then you shouldn't have any problems. I don't think you'll have any issues. All right, so we see from Peter Yoas, my message didn't go up, dang. So if I accidentally missed your message, just let me know. Okay, so we have a question. In direct offline processing, when you select stereo flip, there is some options like merge, subtract, left to stereo, etc. Can you explain what each one means? That's good. Take a look. All right, so I think flip left to right will just take the right channel, put it on the left channel to the right channel. So left to stereo will, I think, duplicate the left channel and then double that to make a stereo image, and the same with the right. And then there's going to be the merge functionality, which I believe will maybe when we're doing, let's take a look, see what happens when we merge. So I don't know what that is off the top of my head. And the subtract is probably just going to be set up to subtract like maybe the left from right, or just to subtract the stereo modes. So I'm not sure. Let's take a look at that again. So let's... So subtract just kind of gets rid of the file. So I'm not sure what the benefits of that is or the intention, but that'll give you a quick idea, but I could do some more reading up on that. All right, so I see Michael Teams has granted me 3 scoops of German chocolate cake ice cream. I feel indulgent. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Okay, so we have a question. I have an issue with glitching / skipping when tracking and mix down. Any ideas? So if you're running into that, you know, it could be that if you looked at your kind of performance, your ASIO performance meter, and so when you come over here to the audio performance meter, if we see that this is high, you know, the first thing that I would do if you're in the mixing process is probably come over here and go to your studio setup to select your audio interface and go to the control panel and try to raise the buffer. So often when tracking, you may want a lower buffer so that the computer doesn't have to work as, you know, so that you could have minimal latency when recording. But it's not as critical like when you're mixing. So, you know, it could be, oh, I had to wait, you know, 100 milliseconds before the play turned on. So it's not as critical. But the lower the buffer, the harder the computer is working. The higher the buffer, the easier the computer is working. So try raising the buffer size. If that still doesn't, you know, really work on it, you know, you could choose to, you know, render in place tracks that have heavy processing plugins on them, or choose to freeze tracks. And that could also help with, you know, if you're running into performance issues. But first thing I would do is try just to raise the buffer of your audio interface. So I see further comment from Peter just saying, I've tried to track at 256 and mix down at 1024, didn't help. You know, take a look at, you know, you could probably come through here and just right click on particular tracks and just disable tracks. And when you do that, see if you notice that they're, you know, and you could do it in groups or one by one, and you could probably figure out which tracks are causing, you know, do that while you're playing and have the CPU meter open, you know, or the audio performance meter open. And then you could probably find which particular tracks, and you may just have to render a couple of tracks, you know, depending on what's going on. If you're running really heavy plugins, you may just have to render or freeze those as well. All right, so we see Graham Witcher's able to join us. So he's just saying, where did the weekend go? It'll soon be Christmas. So yeah, it's already, you know, my son is very anxious for Christmas this year already. Okay, so we have, can you transfer Sysex commands to Cubase and thus the sounds to a synth made from Cubase? So if you want to record like a Sysex dump of like, you know, the configurations and the patches in a particular instrument, that can be done. It's just going to be recorded as MIDI data. One thing that you may have to do is if you go to preferences and go to MIDI and look under MIDI filter, is to uncheck filtering Sysex out by default. This could be for, you know, MIDI is kind of built on older protocols from 1982 computer time frame, so it wasn't like the fastest, and Sysex could kind of clog up your MIDI data stream. So a lot of people, you know, so that's why we see this checked off by default. But if you wanted to record Sysex, all you have to do is just hit record and then do the Sysex dump, and then you could send that Sysex dump back to the instrument and hope that the instrument receives all the Sysex information. It's always problematic in years past. But, once you, just go again to preferences and do that, all you have to do is record the Sysex as on a MIDI track, and then that will automatically capture it. Okay, so we just see question, how to install VST correctly, just usually just doing straight VST installations is pretty straightforward. If it's a VST plugin, it should automatically install into the particular folder that Cubase is looking for it. If it's a VST2 plugin, you may have to go to your studio to VST plugin manager and come right over here and you'll see a VST2 plugin path. And you may have to define the folder. You click on the plus sign and define the folder where the particular instrument is found. Now, sometimes you may also notice that it could be in like a block list. And a block list is kind of like when Cubase has done a quick analysis of the plugin and says this plugin is going to cause system instabilities. So it could block it. Now, you could often just kind of manually reactivate a blocked plugin if necessary, but it's probably giving you a pretty good idea that it is a particular plugin that could cause problems. But make sure that you click here, define the folder if it's a VST2 plugin, and at that point, just come back over here. You'll see this little refresh or rescan all, and then once you rescan all, it will go through, find the new plugin folder that you've defined, and the plugin should show up for you. Okay, so question, why Steinberg VST don't show up on Complete Control? BBC Spitfire and Arturia's VST are showing up. So it's really up to the controller company. So we don't really do anything to make our plugin show up on Complete Control, but Complete Control software does have settings for that. So I thought that there was some stuff with that, but it's really up to the controller company to do that. So you could contact Native Instruments and reach out to them. All right, you see Tim Weinheimer's just a fly in a wall learning so many things. That's great. All right, so just see, hey Greg, my Hallian Sonic SE, my Hallian Sonic 3 is showing the M guitar, but only half of the M guitar GUI interface. It just started doing this the other day. I don't know what I did, so I don't think I have the M guitar, but I think it's maybe the same company who did the T guitar. So let me just try it here on my end. So I'll try. I'm not sure you say Hallian Sonic. But I'll try Hallian Sonic and Hallian Sonic SE. So I'll add an instrument track. So let's go to Hallian Sonic first. So let's say doesn't look like my T guitar is showing up in here. All right, so let me just try the in Hallian Sonic SE. Sorry about that. All right, so say we go to our edit. All right, just seeing if there's, so we notice that when I kind of went from here to, to edit, that the interface had kind of grown a little bit. I'm just seeing if there's, I know like in Halion it could be resized. Maybe sometimes just, let's say if I go to another one here. So I think a lot of them are kind of designed to work within, specify, that it knows to go to this particular size. And maybe if you try just to toggle back and forth, maybe between edit and load, it'll reset the particular screen to work. You could also maybe just go, maybe if you right click and switch to generic editor and switch back to plugin editor, maybe that would re-trigger something. But let me know if that helps at all. Okay, so we have a question. When you activate sidechaining on a plugin and open up the routing window, there's a level section that you can set to a maximum of 6.02. What does this level refer to? So you could adjust the level of the track that's being sent for the sidechain. So let's say, again, I will just come over here. Let's say if I wanted this synth to be sidechained. So let's go to our sidechain setup. All right, so now, like if I wanted the sidechain to have less, I could basically adjust how hard the sidechain signal is hitting. So if I hit this really hard, and if I adjust the level down, this is how much of the signal coming in to trigger the sidechain. So if I want it to be like a little softer or to be more intense with the sidechain, that allows you to adjust the level of the incoming signal for the sidechain. And sometimes you could use this, you could come over here within the sidechain routing and you could add, multiple tracks as well. So you may want one kick to trigger it hard and maybe other tracks to not trigger it as hard. So maybe like if you had a kick and a snare, you want it to be more sidechain compression on a kick, but some on a snare, but not as much because you want the impact of the downbeat for like the dance floor. Then you could, set up multiple sidechains and have different amounts of the sidechain input feeding into the compressor. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so we just see a question, how to coloring tracks. Okay, so we get this question a lot, like how to color multiple tracks at once. So let's say if I wanted to take all multiple tracks in a project and color them all at one time, just revert this. So I could select a number of different tracks here. So say, okay, I want to take all of these tracks. I could go to the color tool. So it just looks like a little paintbrush, and then I could choose the color right there. And then you could colorize multiple tracks just like that. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. If I import a video file with audio into a Cubase project, is there a way I can synchronize the project audio music to the audio in the video file? So let's go ahead and take a look. So there is a tempo detection. So let's take a look at it. So I'll just do a new project. And I will import a video file. So depending on the audio, so let's just, okay, so now let's say I'll just line this up and I'll take this video file. And if you had the music track, it could be a little easier, but now I will come over here, select that, and I'll go to tempo detection. And there's a lot of voiceover in this, but that could kind of give you an idea of the tempo map. And at that point, you could sequence and you could modify and tweak if necessary. But so once again, just once you have the file, just come over here and go to project and do a tempo detection, and that will make a tempo map of the audio from the video file. Okay, reading through comments. All right. All right. So we see, hi, Greg, Joe from Rochester, New York. I'm glad you can make it. You rock. My suggestion of the day, would it be cool if there was an automatic gain staging function, set a number minus 18 dBFS, analyze, hit a button, and boom. So, if you wanted to do that for like individual tracks, and sometimes it could be, you could just come right over here and just say, okay, I want it to go to process and normalize. So say I want to take this and I want the peak to be, minus 18. I'll just come there and now we have our peak at minus 18, or you can say, okay, this is going to be for broadcast. I want it to be minus 23 LUFS. And then we could just come right over here. So you could do that on individual tracks. It may kind of affect the overall dynamic range. I know it's like really tempting sometimes to, I want to just hit a function and gain stage it, but that often kind of takes a lot of the cool parts of mixing a track out. It's kind of like if everything is cut perfectly for like an art project, you may not come up with stuff that you would normalize, but try that you would normally, but try just, going, if you want to do it on, track by track is, try just going to processes and normalize, and you could set, via, dB or via loudness units and set your gain appropriately how you want. But great to see you on the live stream, Joe. All right. We see the Jazz Dude's been good at moderation, so that's great. See Michael Pierce saying, the overheating children are back. All right. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to make it so the group channel volume automation line using displayed on the workspace, accidentally change it, and then there's no undo to get back the value I was set at? Okay, so let's say if I have this going to a group. Okay, so let's say all right, so say if I come here and I have let's say I'll just have some quick automation points. Okay, so is there a way to make it so the group channel volume automation line using displayed on the workspace, I always accidentally change it, and there's no undo to get back to the value it was at? All right, so let's say if I come here, I move that, and then, so if I just do a Command or Control Z, that will kind of take me back to where I was. So I'm just making sure I understand a question. So is there a way to make it so the group channel volume automation line using displayed on the workspace? So let me just try with the line tool. So, all right. So it says automation line using displayed on the workspace. So, if I look to the right here, and this might have been added in 10.5 or 11, where as I adjust up, I could see the dB value for the automation right there. So the line displayed on the workspace, I always accidentally change it, and there's no undo to get it back to the value it was at. So, but as I'm entering in automation data, I still have my unlimited levels of undo. So I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding your question. But let me know. All right, so I just see Jazz Dude saying I can permanently ban some of the people. So that just kind of do spam. So I will take a look at it right after the live stream and see if we could ban them. So thanks for pointing out, Jazz Dude. All right, so I see a question, very audio in Spanish or Italian, and I understand some of the words, but maybe if someone else could translate. Okay, I think we have translation. So how I can in very audio listen when moving a note? All right, so let's go take a look at that. Okay, so once I'm in very audio, so you want to make sure that you're going through the control room. So let's say I'll just come over here to very audio, and and there's also this little icon right up top here, the acoustic feedback. So if the acoustic feedback is off and I move a note, I don't hear it. And now when the acoustic feedback icon is enabled, so now when I come over here, now that this icon is turned on, I can now hear the notes. So let me just... So now as I adjust, so make sure that this icon is on, and make sure that we have in the audio connections that when we go to control room, that the control room under monitor, you'll see under monitor 1 that is set up there. So, but this is usually kind of the culprit. So if I adjust, I don't hear anything, turn this on, then you can hear. Thanks for the translation. I appreciate it. See Michael Pierce just saying that he remembers getting his first General MIDI keyboard, a Casio thing, and he just loved playing with the percussion sounds. Yeah. Okay, so I just see a question. With the new pitch editor curves, is there a way to enable curves for non-stock plugins? It seems only stock plugins follow the curves, and other plugins seem to only follow point data. So I'm not sure if it's with when we get into like MIDI notes. So let me just jump to this. So if it's when we double click on notes, if we don't have this turned on, so I will. So maybe if we're talking about like this curve and drawing it in. So, you know, if that's the case, like if you wanted to, you know, take a look at, you know, if you're not having particular notes follow, you know, like the curves here, if this is the curve editor, that, you know, it's up to if the instrument is VST 3.5, so it's not just stock plugins, but VST 3.5 instruments, and that specification's been out for a long time, so a lot of instruments don't do that and don't follow that, but it's available to other plugins. But if they choose not to have that functionality in their instrument, we can't make it happen for them. Okay, so we see from a question from JVI, what did Yamaha add to the UR44C from the UR44? I'll look up the main spec differences, but I was wondering if I'm missing anything you recommend. So there is, you know, there are different converters. So the URC, so one of the things, obviously, it has a USB-C connector type as opposed to like a USB-A or USB-B connector type. So it's a USB-C connector type. And that will do USB 3 versus the original UR44 was just limited to USB 2. So, you know, with the number of channels going in and out of it, it's not a huge process, but you can get smaller latencies or lower latencies on the same computer with the USB 3. But one of the biggest differences is the ability of new converters. So the UR44C is a 32-bit integer converter. So that'll do a 32-bit recording at up to 192K sample rate, and the UR44C is just 24-bit converters. And that will make a difference, maybe not in every recording that you'll do, but if you're doing something like really subtle, like, think Alison Krauss type of Americana classical stuff, that it could make a difference. So kind of a whole new generation of converters as well. Okay, so we have a question from Michael Teams, and since he's so generous with ice cream to everyone, and a wonderful part of our community, will answer for him. I want to send my mix out to an external mastering processor. How do I do that, and when and where, and how do I get it back to the original project? Thanks, Yoda. So we could just simply connect it to the ins and outs of your audio interface. So this is the easiest way. So we'll come over here. Let's go to your audio connections as opposed to your studio setup. Sorry, I keep going into the wrong window. So we'll go to your audio connections, and let's go to your external processor here. So let's say, okay, I wanted to run it out to a finalizer or something like that. We'll go old school. Okay, so we're going to say, okay, and we're going to do, this is stereo in, stereo out. So I'm going to take this, and we're going to connect it into two inputs and outputs of our audio interface here. So we're going to say it's going out of these outputs and returning back to these inputs. So once we have that done, we'll come to our master effects, and I'll just say, let's go to our external plugins and say, now we'll just run it into the finalizer. Once you do this, you'll see this little thing that says measure delay. So that will then kind of ping the system and measure the delay of the latency that's imposed by that signal path going in and out of the computer. And now you hit play, and now as a master effect insert, it will just go through your external processor. And once you do this, if you go to export a file, it's going to export in real time because it has to send the audio to the, let's say to your mastering processor and then capture it back. But that's the kind of the easiest, simplest way, is just to configure it as an external effect and put it on the master bus. Sorry for continuing to hit my microphone stand. All right, so we just see, can you send and receive commands with Cubase Sysex? So again, Cubase isn't going to generate Sysex, but it can capture Sysex. Generally Sysex is going to be derived from a piece of hardware, but again, you just would record, go to your preferences, to MIDI filter, uncheck Sysex, and then just record the Sysex data. Like I have an old Roland JD800, so a lot of those parameters, like when you move the knobs, they're all Sysex based instead of controller based. So that could send a lot of data, but you could just record that or do a Sysex dump, capture it in, and then play back again, and then that would send the Sysex to your particular device. All right. Okay, lost my spot, so let me just scroll back. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. And again, if you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. And if you have also not subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. All right, so I think I'm okay. So we just see from a question from Peter, is this the place where he's reading questions from? Yeah, so I'm just getting the questions directly from the chat field. So. All right, we have the wonderful Steve McRae on the live stream. Great for you to join us. So in the media browser, when previewing, some sounds will not play. I have to import the sound into a track and listen to it. Greg or anyone know why? So generally, when we're doing this, we could say that, this particular, these sounds don't necessarily have like a track with track settings. So what you want to do, Steve, is just kind of come over here. Let's say we want to have this go through, and I just keep doing this wrong all day today. Go to your audio connections and go to your control room, activate it, and just right click and add a monitor. Where you have your output set to for like maybe your speakers, we'll set those to not connected. And in this monitor, we'll just say, this is where we're going to send the control room audio to. So now, once we go to our loops, I can come directly here, say, okay, now I just wanted to audition all of my loops, and you could audition kind of all of your sounds from Media Bay like so. All right, so we have Tony just asking for a shout out for Argyle, Texas. So we'll do that. Okay, so I see from Jeff Zabelski saying, weird, my download manager says I installed 1104 on both my Nuendo and Cubase, but the About menu shows both to be the 11.03. So you might have downloaded, Millard Brown also ran into this, so, but maybe it didn't install. So check to make sure, like in your downloads folder. Okay, so it just says, I switched from another DAW, happy so far, but having a hard time connecting my Arturia Keylab 61. Can use the MIDI board, but not the transports and faders. Any tips? So there's probably a chance that a lot of them will be working. I'm not sure. I don't have an Arturia controller, but I think they look really nice, and I kind of want one. But when we come over, you can set it up if you go to your studio menu to studio setup. So a lot of times those may work as like a Mackie control. And if it works as a Mackie control protocol, you can just come over here and just say, I want it to, add a Mackie control. And this is a common protocol. And you say, this is connected to my Arturia keyboard. So, and then the transport will work, but you could also do this with a generic remote pretty easily. So let's say click on the plus, we'll go to our generic remote control. Once we do that, like I have just a Nectar controller here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to hit the play button. And so I'm going to click on MIDI Learn, and then I'm going to click on the play button here. So this is spitting out controller 1, address 112. So when I go to here, I want to say transport device, and we just want this to start. And then I could click on apply, and then I want my second. So we can think of the top as being like what MIDI message, and I could just come over here and say, I'll hit stop. Okay, so now this is the MIDI message, and what function do I want that MIDI message to do? So I'll just say, we'll come right over here, stop. So now I'll hit apply here. So now I can just hit play. That will, and I hit the play button, that plays. I hit the stop button, that stops. So you could then assign all of your controllers to do different things in your Cubase. So you can probably get it configured in just a couple minutes. And welcome to the Steinberg family. We're glad you could join us on the live stream. Okay, reading through comments. Okay, so we have a question from Paul Garden. What's the easiest way to insert a length of silence in the middle of a tune project? Move all the events to create a space. Thanks. All right, so I will just come here. Let's jump to this project. Okay, so this is kind of like when we get into the range tool. So I'll revert. So let's say I wanted to do this between. So if I hold down, let's say I'm going to select the range tool here, and I'm just going to hold down. Get my modifier keys. Just revert this. Just get rid of the colors. I horribly changed here. Okay, so I want to. So if I want to just kind of take like a whole range, I could just come here. So let's say I want to insert silence in that part. So I could just select the range, go to edit to range, and we'll just say insert silence. And that will then kind of move everything over to the right. So if I undo that or redo it, so just whatever the range is set to, so you could just kind of move the range tool and just do it. And you can assign a keyboard shortcut for that. All right, so we had a question. So it just says, Cubase crashed on me one night while sleeping. And when I reopened, the file was corrupt, as in the several of the Opus instruments would not load. If I restart Cubase, I can then load the instruments in new instances. But if I import from the corrupt file, I have the same issue. Is there something I can do to reconnect the Opus VST plugin instrument? So, by default, Cubase will be doing backup files all the time, usually about for every 10 minutes. So if you wanted to go, let's just show you, and there will be in the project folder the same level as the backup. So let's say if I go to my projects folder, or I'll get my projects folder, which I have under documents, And let's say if I go here to this one, you'll probably see like all these files that will just be .bak. These are the backups. So try to just see if you could open up the last backup, if that could be restored. And I have a feeling that, you know, if you let it kind of fall asleep, that it probably did a backup like 10 minutes before by default, unless you told it not to do backups. But at that point, just come right over there and see if you could open up the backup and see if that will kind of get you back to where you were before, so that the project file isn't corrupted. I'm sorry that happened to you. All right, so we have Brian Sawyer joining a little bit late. Glad you could join us. I was thinking about you. I saw a show about Blackbeard's shipwreck off of North Carolina, near where you live. Okay, so we have a question. Greg, can you please talk about ASIO guard latency? Had playback stutter with ASIO guard on, normal IO buffer equals 256. After changing ASIO guard to high, smooth playback. Didn't notice any new latency introduced. So when we use the ASIO guard, what that's going to allow you to do is, you know, a lot of times, you know, if we're running our project at a lower buffer, you know, as we mentioned before, lower buffer means that, you know, we can think of this like a factory, and that, you know, we have to get, if we go to 32, let's say we have to get 32 items into a box, that, you know, we have to get those 32 items in and do more boxes. Whereas we can think if we had to put 256 items into one box, that would be, you know, we could probably have a little bit more headroom or more buffer to work, you know. So if we got a little bit behind, we could probably catch up within the 256. But if we got behind when we had to put 32 items in a box, at that point we could think of it as there's less room for error. So once we do this, realize that, you know, we're going to be running at a lower buffer. But when we're doing a project, and let's say we're just recording a particular project, and, you know, we have a lot of tracks, MIDI information, what the ASIO guard allows us to do when we come here is, you know, we could activate the ASIO guard. And for most people, you could set it to normal, and then you could also set it to high. But what the ASIO guard does is it basically allows you to run the other tracks at a higher buffer than the track that's being recorded. So if you have the track record enabled, this will be running at 256. You know, let's say this is running at 256, but the other tracks could be running at, you know, 1024. So it's just for this particular track that's critical. So that's what the ASIO guard allows you to do, is to kind of run a multiple staged buffer setting. So lower buffers for the tracks that you're actually recording on, and higher buffers for the tracks that are just playing back. So I think with the high, I believe that it just, you know, raises that buffer multiplier up, so that, you know, the other tracks are playing back at a higher buffer size. So again, and that enables you to free up resources for your computer. So that could lead to it being smoother. All right, reading through comments. See, I have lots of discussions. All right, so I think I'm catching up slowly but surely. All right. All right, just reading through more questions. Okay, so we see RKR has learned a couple new things today, so that's great. Okay, so we all right, so we see that Fred Robinson couldn't hear me for a little bit, but he just hit the pause button, so. All right, just reading through more questions still. Thanks for all the great discussions. Okay, so I think I might be caught up. So let's go ahead and I'm going to migrate over. It's about time to migrate over for questions that were mailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful discussion and questions. Okay, so I'll just open up a project that I created for this. Okay, so it says, I'm wondering, is my Windows M8 full DJ it and you can only use VST and track quick control on one track at a time, or is my Cubase broken? Would be cool if you could answer me. Okay. So I think this question was basically, you know, how to, if you wanted to control multiple quick controls simultaneously. So let's say if I have this track open and I wanted to open up track quick controls, we put it in quick control mode. So when I come over here, I could use a controller to adjust my track quick controls. Sorry, my son's bus alarm. So if I select here, you know, if I select these tracks, I could just come right over and adjust my quick controls accordingly. But if we wanted to do this for multiple tracks, how to do this, because if we select multiple tracks, it's only going to control one quick control, one channel of quick controls by design, because if you have no track selected, you may not want to do that. But the question was how to control multiple parameters of instruments at once through one single control. So if I wanted to come here and assign a external controller, I'm going to just come right here and learn the CC of these particular instruments. So now I can say, let's learn the CC, and I'm going to do the same CC message. So we'll come here, let's right click, learn CC. So now as I send MIDI to the different instruments here, you can see that the CC is going to change here. I go here. Let's move this just out of the way. We can see the CC moving, and now the CC is controlling that. But if I select all three at the same time, I could have one controller that's just controlling each of the CCs in different amounts. So I could just come right over there. And so that's how you could assign kind of one CC controller to control multiple parameters of instruments pretty quickly. And it's not necessarily using quick controls. Okay, and then we had another question, but why doesn't Steinberg make every action command Z-able, I guess undoable? Like I got trolled mad hard by accidentally turning on group edit tonight, and why isn't something like that control like undoable? So not every function is going to be undoable. We can think of it often as being kind of tied into an edit history, but let's take a look. So let's say if I add these to a folder track, and let me just, so I'll add a folder track to these selected channels. Okay, so we'll move selected tracks to new folder, and then let's say if I just come here and apply group editing. So yeah, I mean, not every single thing you're gonna click on. If I come here and, you know, expand a tab, that's not undoable. So, you know, the undo history is kind of for particular edits. So it may not, you know, not every single state may be undoable. So, all right, so move on. Okay. So we see near the end of the September 17th stream, supervision was discussed. The bar graph in the upper right pane showed that phase frequency relationship while hovering on a bar. The hertz range was displayed. In my project, I only had 2 tracks. I could easily find... so if my project only had 2 tracks, I could easily find a phase music with 60 tracks. It could be difficult. Is there a function within supervision to identify the most prominent tracks with phase conflict? So let's go ahead and I'll just open up, let's say, kind of a larger project here. Let me just... All right, I'll just try a different project here. Sorry about that. Just see if I can, just looking for a particular. Here, we'll try this one. So just kind of do like a big project here. All right, just. All right, so I'm not sure why it's only coming up in mono, but let's see if I can just assign it here quickly. All right, so say if I want to do this, and we'll do supervision. All right, so, when we're looking at this, the supervision is really showing the phase relationship that's in the project. So it's not necessarily going to, find particular elements that are kind of out of phase. But, what you could do is, especially, let's say if we have this on a separate screen, that as we take this project here, you could just say, okay, what happens if I mute different elements? Are the drums causing phase issues? So let's say if I wanted to come to different tracks, that, as you would mute different sources, obviously when you're kind of doing, and you could check like two guitars against each other and see, okay, that's maybe causing some phase between those two guitars. But in context of the mix, you're really not noticing phase. So there isn't a way for supervision to say, okay, these tracks are causing the phase problems. But if you kind of go through and start muting, if you do have tracks that are causing phase, so let's say I want to take this loop here, as we wanted to start working on, like if we notice that while we do this, if we flip the phase, we can, very easily determine, like as we're working with tracks, just come over here and flip the phase on your different tracks. You just kind of click on the edit button and you can determine what tracks are kind of causing the different phase anomalies. So, but there's no way to, for Cubase to automatically, determine the phase and tell you which tracks are doing it. And sometimes you may want to have tracks slightly out of phase for particular effects. So we see, do zero crossing relationships between the tracks somehow add to phasing problems? So if we had, like two tracks here, and let's say, okay, I want to take a look at those guitars. So let's say, okay, we have guitar 1A, guitar 1B. So if we look at these two tracks here, and as we zoom in, you know, it's really not the zero crossing. The zero crossing would probably line up. But if you notice that, like, you know, these guitars here, like this is going down versus this is going up. You know, it's not necessarily the zero crossing. It's what's going on before or after the zero crossing. So we can see that these are pretty well in phase. But if I invert the phase, we can see that while this track is going up, this one's going down. That is what causes the relationship. So they will often meet at the zero crossing, but the phase will often kind of, you know, be what's going on before or after the zero crossing. All right, so we had a question sent in. Can hit points be turned into MIDI? If so, how? All right, so let me just come over here, and let's say if I have a guitar, let's say, I'll just find maybe, let's go back to this project here. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. But so if I wanted to do this, and this is often used for like drum replacement. So let's say if I wanted to take a drum instrument, I have Groove Agent here. So I come. All right, so what I want to do is to turn this into MIDI. I will say, and if I wanted to replace the kick drum, I would just double click, go to my hit points. Let's edit the hit points. So what I want to do is find kind of the rhythmically significant points of where the kick is coming in and it's not bleeding through with other tracks. And at this point, we'll see in the sample editor in the hit points tab, we'll say create MIDI notes. So I'm going to just select this kit here, and I have this event selected. So I will now just say create MIDI notes, and I'll just say we can put it onto a new MIDI track or to the first selected MIDI track. And then at that point, it's going to automatically create the MIDI notes, and you could do kind of triggering that way. So you could replace the sounds with instruments. So you could take a live drum performance and then replace the kick drum sounds with samples. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so I just see there's a question about spectral layers. I seem to have an issue with spectral layers running on Cubase. I recorded a podcast with 4 participants, each with their own microphone, thus each in their own track. There are the parts recording I wish to edit using spectral layers. I wish to edit one of the track events named James. That was my track 2 with spectral layers. As such, I right click on the event I wish to edit, select extensions, spectral layers. It opens up, analyzes the track, and opens into lower zone. However, when I play the analyzed event, it contains the audio data from a different track named Styles, which is my track number 1. I have tried to interchange the position of the track, but it seems to behave the same. I can't get any other event into spectral layers. It just loads Styles event. So it could be that, when we do this, so if I'm here and I want to do spectral layers, I could just say, okay, we're going to go to audio, to extensions, to spectral layers. Okay, and if we are doing this for a lot of different events, you may want to just come over here and let's say I'll just add, let's say a couple of audio files here. So let's say, okay, I have this file here, this file. So now if we have the add event enabled here, anytime that I have another event selected, that would automatically could just do the analysis of spectral layers for kind of whatever particular event we have selected. So, maybe if you try just to, let's say if I'm here, I could just say, let's remove the event. Maybe try using the remove event and add event. So, if we had a number of different files on a particular project, so let's say I'm here. And then if we just click on add event, that when we select a particular event, that can be, just automatically determined. So maybe if you try to, come over here and use the remove and add events directly from spectral layers and see if that works for you. And then I see additionally the analyzed event is out of sync with the podcast. The playhead in spectral layers seems to be in sync with the playhead on the main project window, i.e. when I change the position of the playhead in the main project, the one in spectral layers changes position in a similar motion and vice versa. However, the playback of spectral layers is way out of sync with the rest of the project, about 2.5 minutes behind. So, I think it's maybe like you're looking at one event in spectral layers for the, for editing. So let's say if I just wanted to come here and say, okay, so it seems like maybe you have like the wrong event visible in spectral layers. So let's say if I just wanted to come here to spectral layers, I could say, okay, now when I come here, I could be selecting this, but this is the event that was selected. So it's kind of seems like maybe, the selection, maybe you don't have that kind of sorted out with the add event, remove events. So that's what it kind of sounds like. But if you have a video you want to email or share with me, that'd be great. And you can send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so we had a couple questions mailed in from Alexander. Is it possible to crop this sample in Cubase? For example, I extract vocals from a song and I want to process it with Very Audio and then extract MIDI. And then I select this fragment. Very Audio is analyzing all of my vocal part, but I don't need the full song. I just for example, I need just a first verse. I found that I can select the fragment and bounce it and then open, but honestly, it's not a fast way. Or maybe I just need the first verse as an audio file without intro and other vocal parts. So just one verse. So is it possible to crop the part from a song sample, which I need, or maybe cut the parts, which I don't need? Thank you very much. Yeah. So when we're doing like a very audio type of edit, that will be based upon the whole file. So, some people will come over here. So say if I have, my very audio going on here and I had a couple of different sections. All right. So let's say I have these and at this point I go to, but let's say we start off with it looking kind of like this. So just bounce the selection. Okay, but I only want to do like very audio editing on like one little section. So, the fastest way to do that, another way you could do, which is pretty fast, is just to come over here and just say, and big, so when we do very audio editing, it's going to do it based on the whole file. So you could just come over here, and if you wanted to, go to render in place, you could just say, okay, I just wanted to come right over here, and let's just render that in place. So I could take my vocal file, and now just that particular section is just an audio file. So it's perhaps a little faster than doing a bounce selection. So you could just take, just a range selection and just, render in place with that. And you could have that fired off from a keyboard shortcut. So you could just say, okay, now I only want to do editing on, this one particular section. So I could do editing on that and do very audio editing on that. But if you're doing like a long file, it sometimes makes sense to break it down into smaller sections, but, maybe utilize the render in place as a faster way than doing bounce selection. So, all right. So we had a question on coloring. Hello, thanks for all your support. I would like to know if there's a way of coloring or recording multiple existing tracks in a project simultaneously, each with a different color. I know there's an option to create tracks each time with different colors, but it would be helpful to colorize a bunch of tracks with different or adjacent colors. Thanks in advance. So there really isn't like an easy way of like selecting a number of tracks, beforehand, or after the fact. So if I come here and say I want to do a new project, I can add, let's say I add 16 audio tracks or 18 tracks. So at this point, I could easily select them all to be the same color, but, but there is a preference. So if you wanted the colors to be kind of added sequentially, you could come over here. Let's go to so we could say, auto track channel color mode. So if you wanted to just, use random track color, but you could also use previous track color +1. So now if you wanted to add a number of audio tracks, it would just automatically increment the channel colors based on your current color scheme. So that's a pretty good way of doing it, but a lot of people will choose to say, I want all my guitars to be this color. So I'll just select my color tool and I want these to be, all the same color. So that's pretty typical what a lot of people want to do, but you could have that particular preference set up again by default. So it's easy to do, afterward or, before the tracks are created. You could, come up with a project logical editor macro where you could say, go to this particular track, add this color, go down, add color 2, go down, add color 3. So you could do that with a project logical editor. So, and how you would do that is just say, I want to take media type is, let's say container type is set to track. And then we want to set color based on this color. So now I could just, anytime that track is selected, I could, just come over here and, or let's say I just now want it only for, we'll say property is set to event is selected. So now I could just come right over here, have the macro go down, and we'll say, let's go to color 2. Go down. So you could make a macro with different, functions like this if you wanted to. So if you are doing that over and over again, you could, create a macro to do that, to colorize existing parts if you wanted to. But the project logical editor will do a set to a fixed value and not increment to the next track. So. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. We have a vocal which was recorded audio live with an overdrive pedal. Is there a way or an add-on of getting back to the more clean vocal in order for us to get a better mix and hear the lyrics more clearly? And this is sent in from Steve Green in Manchester, UK. So sometimes it could be difficult because, you know, one analogy I heard that I thought was pretty apt was, you know, it's kind of, you know, unburning the steak, you know, but within, you know, there is a function that, you know, something that you could try within spectral layers. So if we wanted to come over here, we could just say, let's go to audio to spectral layers. So we'll go to extensions. And now we'll come over here to spectral layers. And one of the functions is like a clip repair. So that may be like the one thing that may be able to do this. So it may be able to kind of, you know, go through and figure out kind of like what the threshold is. So depending on the sound, that could be like, you know, maybe your only hope of being able to get, you know, before the distortion. But you know, I would say it might be a long shot, but you know, depending on how, if it was a little bit of distortion or if it just sounded like the vocal is being sung through a Marshall stack, you know, dimed, then it could be, you know, maybe a little trickier. Okay, so we covered that next question already in the live stream. All right, so let's go back. Thanks for all the wonderful questions that people have submitted. Hang on just a second. All right, so I'll just jump back to the live discussion. All right, now we have about 10 minutes left, so let's see if we get some more questions in. All right, so I just see from Peter, it says, I just realized that I had an option in my studio setup that I did not see in your setup, the Activate Steinberg Power Scheme. So you see that on a Windows platform, and it'll just be when you go to the audio system. So in Windows, you'll see Activate Steinberg Power Scheme. And this kind of happens with, you know, we see this a lot on the Windows platform, especially with laptops, where often what they do, you know, one of the biggest criteria for sales and pre-markets, you know, pre-sale questions is going to be laptop battery life. And how companies get a longer laptop battery life is to kind of scale the processing. So if you're doing something like web browsing or, you know, word processing, a spreadsheet that doesn't require a lot of actual CPU usage, that's very minimal on CPU, that it just kind of throttles the CPU and changes the power scheme. So it's, you know, considered more of a eco-friendly or green machine, and the battery lasts longer, uses less energy, but that's a really bad thing to use in a DAW. So to kind of bypass that on a Windows platform, that's why we have the Activate the Steinberg audio power scheme. And what that allows you to do is just to, you know, have your computer processor on kind of, you know, with all of its capabilities and active, ready to go when needed for Cubase to use. All right, so I just see, can you show how to record in Retrolog again? So I think this is maybe with the arpeggiator. So let's take a look at that. All right, so let's say I just wanted to come over here. So this is utilizing the arpeggiator. So all I have to do is, we'll see just the arpeggiator here, and we could just click on record. And as you just kind of play different chords, that'll all be recorded into a buffer. So at that point, all you have to do is just drag this to a MIDI track. And then everything that we just did will, all the little sequences that were generated through this based on the keys that I was playing would automatically just be captured in a buffer, and you can drag and drop that into your project window. See Jeff Zabelski saying, I hit the pause button, don't know it, and start manipulating Greg's computer screen and nothing happens. So, all right. Okay, so we have a question. I know you explained this before, but how do you render an arranger track? I can get it to play, but not render. So what you need to do is to flatten the chain. So let me just look. Here's the project here. So before rendering it, what you need to do, we can just go to, we'll select the arranger track. We'll click on edit, and then you could just see flatten chain right there. So once you flatten the chain, that will turn your non-linear arrangement track into a linear arrangement track. And then at that point, you can export the file for mix down. Okay, so just see, is there a way to have events muted and unmuted with the same key command, like with objects? Option M, thanks. So I'm not sure what you mean by objects versus events. So let's say if I wanted to come and we'll just adjust this. So let's say if I have these selected here and I hit option M, they all get muted, unmuted. So I'm not sure if it's, when you say events, if it's maybe MIDI notes. So let's say if I wanted to come to a MIDI editor, so if it's in MIDI, I could just come over here and do option M the same way. But let me know what you mean, you know, because in Cubase terminology, this is usually an event. So I'm not sure if what you mean by events versus objects. All right, hang on just 1 second. My son's knocking at the door. All right, my son is home, so all right. All right, so Reading through more comments. All right. All right, so just see, hello, Greg. I have a question about MIDI export when using MIDI modifiers. I have export includes delay unchecked, but it still seems to export the MIDI modifier and ruin my perfect MIDI. So let's take a look at the export. So if you don't want the MIDI modifiers, just come over here to preferences to MIDI file. Okay, so if you don't want the MIDI effects, all right, so you could choose to not export the inserts and sends, and that will include I think that will include the MIDI modifiers, and I think the export includes delay, and I could test this if you want to email me. Might be for this track delay right here. So sometimes people would, if they had weird MIDI timing problems going through, nefarious MIDI interfaces of yesteryear, that people would do this. I think that this export includes the delay, might be for this track delay, which could shift it. So, but try to see, if you come over here and, make sure that you have sends and inserts unchecked and see. I think that this might be with the track delay, but I could be mistaken. But if you want to email me, I could confirm after the live stream. All right. So I just see from Jeff Sabowski. Hi, Greg. In reverence, can you brief the plate presets? What parameters can't be adjusted with auto gain on and off, and why does the plate reverb sound so cool to me? I think it's one of those things that the plate reverbs. We all grew up listening to them. I often joke that if transistor amps came out before tube amps, that everyone would really just, and we all heard them in kind of our audio vocabulary, that the tube amps would sound unnatural to us because it's just what we've heard growing up. So let's take a look at just some of the plate presets. So let's just come to this. This would be a good example for a plate preset with reverence. Okay, so let's say as we're kind of... Maybe I'll just do it with a new project here real quick. Some of my projects are now only coming in mono, but... well, I see I'm already over. I'm so sorry, but I know we have people. But we could start off with plates on the next live stream, but I'm sorry that I've run over time. I just wanted to thank everyone for wonderful questions. And next Tuesday, we will be doing our Zoom meetup. That will be the last live stream in September. So if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to send the Zoom meetup invite to you guys, to everyone. Sorry. And look forward to meeting new faces on the Zoom meetup. But I want everyone to stay safe and healthy, and we'll have our next live stream on Friday, starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Thanks for all the great questions, and everyone please stay safe and healthy. Goodbye.